Chapter 2001, Recruiting Qi Ancestor. 2001 Recruiting Qi Ancestor. Demon Immortal Qi Ju revived, he suppressed Heavenly Court, Southern Border, and the two heavens. News of this battle soon spread in the entire Gu immortal world. Everyone in the world was shocked. To think that Demon Immortal Qi Ju revived. The world is really going into chaos. I wonder how many great experts will revive next. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was able to revive, there's no reason the Venerables cannot, right? Oh heavens! No wonder they said Great Dream Immortal Venerable would be the strongest Venerable in history. Being able to emerge as a Venerable in this terrifying era means they have to be incredibly strong. While countless Gu Immortals made their guesses, the three parties involved were actively recuperating. Dragon Palace. Sigh, I thought that I would be able to obtain Qi Ju's true inheritance, to think that it was a trap. Now that Demon Immortal Qi Ju has revived and we actually offended him, what do we do now? It is all Xiao Hejian's fault, he caused our two heavens alliance to fall into this awkward position. Most of the variant human Gu Immortals looked towards Xiao Hejian with animosity. Xiao Hejian smiled coldly, he knew that this was the act of Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, attempting to suppress him. He had just joined the Two Heavens Alliance, but because of his great strength and reputation, he was already threatening Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch status. This was the cause of the animosity from the opposing faction. Have you all said enough? At the main seat, Wu Shuai snorted coldly in displeasure. Instantly, Dragon Palace became silent, all the immortals shut up. At this point, Xiao Hejian showed a shameful expression. He bowed to Wu Shuai, saying in a tone of sincerity, "Lord Alliance Leader, I am at fault." But before he continued, Wu Shuai interrupted, "Enough, keep quiet. Even if Demon Immortal Qi Ju comes, we have the Evil Dragon and Dragon Palace, what is there to fear? The most urgent matter now is the Qi harvest fruits in your grotto heavens." Demon Immortal Qi Ju revived using a Qi harvest fruit. This thing clearly contains secrets and profundities, we have not explored it sufficiently. How are we going to get rid of the Qi harvest fruits in your grotto heavens? If we do not act quickly, your grotto heavens will be in danger. Indeed, indeed. Lord Alliance Leader is right. My grotto heaven has already started producing a Qi harvest fruit. This fruit is absorbing the heaven and earth Qi of my grotto heaven, it cannot be removed by force. The same situation is happening in my grotto heaven. Right now is not the time to take revenge on Heavenly Court or defend against Demon Immortal Qi Ju. The most important thing is to get rid of the Qi harvest fruits in our grotto heavens. At once, all the immortals in the palace changed expressions as the topic was shifted to the Qi harvest fruit. However, this talk bore no fruit, the palace soon became shrouded in an atmosphere of panic and fear. Even Xiao Hejian was the same. Even though his grotto heaven had not produced any Qi harvest fruits yet, at this rate of development, it was only a matter of time. Even Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch did not have the mood to compete with Xiao Hejian. His Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven's Qi harvest fruit was the largest, he was in the greatest danger. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord also showed a bitter expression. His grotto heaven was not spared either, a Qi harvest fruit was growing in it. Even though it was still small now, it was growing at a terrifying speed. But Night Heavenly Wolf Lord was much less anxious than the rest. If the Two Heavens Alliance cannot resolve it, I can get help from Heavenly Court. At this crucial juncture, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord felt that his decision to join Heavenly Court was extremely wise. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord had a lot of expectations towards Heavenly Court. After all, the first generation Heavenly Court Immortal King was Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, he was a Qi Path cultivator. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord secretly informed Heavenly Court about this as he sought help from them. Heavenly Court had sent Fang Zheng and the rest to Qi Ju Grotto Heaven, but Demon Judgment Board did not enter it at all, he did not know what happened inside. After getting Night Heavenly Wolf Lord's information, Heavenly Court learned the truth. Qin Ding Ling placed huge emphasis on Demon Immortal Qi Ju's revival using the Qi harvest fruit, as well as the disaster occurring in the Two Heavens Grotto Heavens. This was because Heavenly Court was not exempted, a Qi harvest fruit was also growing in it. She immediately summoned the immortals to research and think of countermeasures. Heavenly Court had deep foundations, even after the Fate War, it was still the #1 super force in the world. Especially when they had primordial origins Chi Path true inheritance, they had a huge advantage in Chi Path, they were at the peak compared to all others. And most importantly, Heavenly Court's research into Heaven Path was quite extensive, they had great results. Back then, even Limitless Demon Venerable was after their Heaven Path findings, he made the bet with star constellation. Heaven, Earth, and humans all have veins, humans have human veins, the Earth has Earth veins, and Heaven has Heaven veins. The two heavens grotto heavens are all situated on the heaven veins, thus they benefit greatly and the grotto heavens are nourished by the heaven veins, producing even more resources. However, the world is changing now as chi tides are produced. Chi tides appeared because of the unification of the 5 regions, the earth veins are becoming one. But the truth is, heaven veins are also merging into one, although the change is not very apparent now. Heavenly Court's immortals found that the whole of heaven and earth was fusing into one. The 5 regions were just the start, the 2 immemorial heavens would start fusing together later as well. The 5 regions and 2 heavens were all separated originally, their heaven and earth chi were not the same. But with the fusing of the heaven and earth chi across all regions, chi tides would emerge as the places where they merge. Wherever the chi tides go, abundant chi path immortal materials would be produced, chi harvest fruits were the quintessence of them. The reason why the 2 heavens grotto heavens produced chi harvest fruits was because they were situated on the heaven veins, they were facing the brunt of the initial impact. That is to say, as long as these grotto heavens relocate away from the heaven veins, they will resolve the problem of the chi harvest fruit. Qin Ding Ling asked. Theoretically yes, or at least, once they move away from the heaven veins, the growth of the chi harvest fruits in the grotto heavens will stop. Heavenly Court's immortals answered. Qin Ding Ling frowned. Once grotto heavens are placed, they are hard to relocate, unless one has some special method to move them around. Our Heavenly Court is too big, it has the foundation of primordial origin immortal venerables immortal aperture along with the future generations of venerables, and countless immortal apertures of Heavenly Court members. How can we relocate Heavenly Court? Heavenly Court became silent, they fell into deathly silence. Maybe. Demon Immortal Chi Ju has a method. Breaking the silence, Fang Jing spoke. Qin Ding Ling's eyes shined with bright light. That was true, the possibility of this was high. Since Demon Immortal Chi Ju was able to revive using a Chi harvest fruit, his understanding regarding Chi harvest fruits should surpass everyone else. But to get him to cooperate with Heavenly Court, how hard would it be? According to historical records, Demon Immortal Chi Ju will definitely not cooperate with Heavenly Court. Rather than him, we have a higher chance of getting Chi Si ancestors' cooperation. Indeed, we cannot resolve Heavenly Court's crisis alone. To get rid of this Chi harvest fruit calamity, we need a Chi path great expert. Duke Long had once given Chi Si ancestor half a portion of primordial origin's true inheritance. During the Fate War, Chi Si ancestor did not show up, he kept his promise. There is still hope of our cooperation now. But Chi Si ancestor has some relationship with Fang Yuan. In my opinion, this is a small matter. Ever since Chi Si ancestor appeared, all his actions state one motive. He wants to be the leader of Eastern Sea's righteous path, be it the Chi Si banquet or the resistance of the Two Heavens alliance, they show it clearly. His actions do not align with Fang Yuan's interests, even if they cooperated before, it is not our problem. Can't our Heavenly Court settle this ourselves? It will be too difficult. Ever since the immortal graveyard was destroyed, star constellations has not shown up once. If we can cooperate with Chi Si ancestor, we might even be able to get him to join Heavenly Court. We really lack someone with pseudo-venerable battle strength now. Qin Ding Ling sighed as she made her decision. Let's try it then. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2002, Fragment of She. 2002 Fragment of She. Immemorial White Heaven. Aurora lights moved in the air dazzlingly. Eastern Sea Rank 7 Gu Immortal Qing Huizi flew around in the sky of aurora lights, unleashing immortal killer moves to continuously retrieve these aurora lights. After gathering the rainbow lights in his hands, he turned them into balls. The balls were then sent into his immortal aperture and buried in cloud soil. After some time, these aurora light balls would grow and sprout, becoming seedlings. By using lightning water and magnetic sound to water them, flowing light fruits would grow on them. Flowing light fruits were a rank 6 immortal material, formed from extremely dense lights, having all kinds of color like red, brown, yellow, green, black, blue, purple. Qin Huizi did not only pluck the flowing light fruits, he had his unique plantation methods. Precisely so, he was one of the 3 main sellers of flowing light fruits in Treasure Yellow Heaven. With the qi tides weakening the heavenly wind qi wall, I can also get past them and explore immemorial white heaven for immortal materials. This is my fortuitous encounter. Qin Huizi sighed to himself. Aurora lights were very common in the 2 heavens, they were produced abundantly. Qin Huizi collected these aurora lights personally, it caused the cost of producing flowing light fruits to fall greatly, he could earn a huge profit. As Qin Huizi collected the aurora lights, he paid attention to the heavenly wind qi wall below him. He did not have the strength to survive long in immemorial white heaven, he could not even break the heavenly wind qi wall. Thus, he needed to pay attention to it constantly. Once the hole created by the qi tides start to close up, he would need to return to Eastern Sea. It was no joke. If Qin Huizi got distracted and got trapped in immemorial white heaven, with his strength, he would not last until the next qi tide, he would die in this dangerous immemorial white heaven. One could say that Qin Huizi was risking his life to get these aurora lights. But Gu immortal cultivation was not easy, even as a rank 7 Gu immortal, Qin Huizi needed to take risks to support his livelihood. She. Right at this time, Qin Huizi heard a voice. Next, winds blew and clouds shook. Qin Huizi was shocked to find out that the heavenly wind qi wall below him was being pulled away by a terrifying formless force. In a few breaths of time, the surrounding tens of li of heavenly wind qi wall got sucked into the whirlpool at the center. What is going on? Qin Huizi was overwhelmed by fear and shock. Is that an immemorial desolate beast? But I've never heard of any immemorial desolate beast with such strength. The heavenly wind qi wall vanished entirely, a secluded domain of heaven and earth that had a concave appearance could be seen. Next, this silhouette of the secluded domain of heaven and earth went into the nose of a Gu immortal who resembled a boy. Qin Huizi saw this boyish Gu immortal, his entire body and mind shook, he felt like cold water was poured on him, into the depths of his despairing heart. Ah, demon immortal Qi Ju! Qin Huizi fell into deep despair. Why am I so unlucky? I only wanted to collect aurora lights but I ended up encountering demon immortal Qi Ju. The battle of Qi Ju Grotto Heaven had happened recently but it could not be hidden, the world knew about it already. Even though the killer move everybody's vision wasn't around for all the Gu immortals to witness the battle themselves, demon immortal Qi Ju's appearance and methods were widely spread already. In the Gu immortal world, there were a few people publicly recognized as terrifying beings that had to be avoided at all costs. The number 1 person was Fong Yuan. This demon had countless methods and outstanding strength, he did things without any regard or concern, he was ruthless and cruel, even Heavenly Court had no choice against him. Wu Shuai was also on the list, he was the leader of the Dragon Men, owner of Dragon Palace which enslaved Di Zongsheng, he bore deep grudges towards humanity. Demon immortal Qi Ju was a newly added person. As for Heavenly Court and Qi Si Ancestor, because of their factions, they would not bully the weak, thus they were not on this list. After Qin Huizi saw demon immortal Qi Ju, he recognized the demon, he stared in shock, frozen on the spot like a statue. Demon immortal Qi Ju frowned as he looked at his palm. His palm was tiny and smooth, his body was still small like a boy. Thinking about his revival, demon immortal Qi Ju felt angry and annoyed. If he had some more time, he would revive perfectly and have the body of an adult. But the evil dragon caused great destruction in its movement, he had to revive in advance, it caused his body's growth to be halted, his potential was limited. After absorbing this heavenly wind qi wall, he finally recovered some losses from the intense battle earlier. After resting, he was going to set off again. Junior, come here. Demon immortal Qi Ju looked towards Qin Huizi and called out. Qin Huizi shivered, he went towards Demon Immortal Chi Ju with a bitter expression, fearing for his life. Demon Immortal Chi Ju smiled lightly, he stretched out his finger as an eerie chi current flew out. The chi current quickly surrounded Qing Huizi's body. He wanted to resist subconsciously, but Demon Immortal Chi Ju shouted, "Don't move." Qing Huizi gritted his teeth, not daring to move at all. He gave up on struggling. He let the chi currents enter his body and move around his soul. After some time, Demon Immortal Chi Ju absorbed all of the chi currents that entered Qing Huizi back into his own body. Instantly, he received a vast amount of information. He gained a much deeper understanding of the current era. This is truly a wonderful era filled with great excitement, interesting. Demon Immortal Chi Ju's eyes shined as he spoke in amazement. Next, he instructed Qing Huizi, "Hand over your gu worms." Qing Huizi's lips twitched. For an instant, he wanted to resist, but soon, logic took over his mind. He obediently handed over all of his gu worms to Demon Immortal Chi Ju. This action made Demon Immortal Chi Ju reassess him. After taking away these gu worms, Demon Immortal Chi Ju inspected all of them. He only took a few glances at Qing Huizi's Light Path Immortal Gu before he placed his focus on those exceptional mortal gu. Especially gu worms like Soul Search Gu, Demon Immortal Chi Ju was very interested in them. At the end, he even returned the Light Path Immortal Gu to Qing Huizi. Qing Huizi was very surprised. Demon Immortal Chi Ju smiled, "Junior, you are not stupid enough to resist me. Who do you think I am? Why would I be greedy and take your trifling immortal gu? Scram now." Qing Huizi was in disbelief before it turned into deep joy. Junior will never forget Senior Chi Ju's magnanimity. "Ha ha ha, I searched your soul, why is there a need to thank me?" Demon Immortal Chi Ju laughed, "Go ahead and hate me, I don't care. Even though this era is great, in the entire world, in the absence of the Venerables, there are few people who I can take interest in. Even though I lack Immortal Gu, I have not sunk down to the level of snatching Light Path Immortal Gu. I want to take some Chi Path Immortal Gu." Qing Huizi instantly had a thought, "Senior, you want to go to Chi Si?" But at the next moment, Demon Immortal Chi Ju waved his sleeves impatiently. Qing Huizi was surrounded by chi currents and could not move. He was sent flying by the movement of the chi currents. Demon Immortal Chi Ju snorted. He did not look at Qing Huizi, he flew towards the direction of Chi Si instead. "I wonder how powerful this Chi Si ancestor is, hehe, I hope his Chi Path Immortal Gu will not disappoint me." Demon Immortal Chi Ju carried great confidence as he went towards Chi Si. He flew in the sky of Eastern Sea. He was surrounded by chi currents as he moved rapidly across various sea areas. He did not conceal his traces, causing huge waves along the way. The commotion shook the surroundings, his demonic might was exposed in full view. Along the way, he met several Eastern Sea Gu immortals. These people scrambled in panic as they escaped. Oh! Halfway through his journey, Demon Immortal Chi Ju's expression turned to shock as he stopped his movement. He felt a movement in his secluded domain of heaven and earth. "Don't tell me." Demon Immortal Chi Ju was slightly stunned. He thought of something as joy appeared on his face. He temporarily put aside the plan to head to Chi Si. He changed directions and went southwest instead. After some time, he arrived at a sea area. The sky here had many white clouds, shrouding his vision. He could not see any starlight. Even when the sun was blazing, the sunlight could not penetrate the cloud layers, it only made the place brighter. The surface of the sea was calm, but inside it were countless currents. These currents were of all types and forms. They interlinked with one another. They moved in this sea area with absolutely no rhythm or pattern. Without the defensive methods of a Gu immortal, mortal corpses would be torn to shreds in the currents instantly. It was the turbulent flow sea area. After inspecting it closely, Demon Immortal Chi Ju became quite happy. Wonderful, wonderful. This sea area must have a fragment of Shi, that is the reason why it can create such turbulent currents. To think that my luck would be strong after reviving. I'll retrieve this fragment first and absorb it before going to find that Chi Si ancestor. Thinking of this, Demon Immortal Chi Ju plunged into the sea, vanishing from plain sight. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2003, Qi Ju suppresses Qi C. 2003 Qi Ju suppresses Qi C. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. The disasters were still ongoing, the situation was slowly moving towards the abyss of doom. Fang Yuan's losses were severe. In order to save his resource points, he had already deployed the variant human and human Gu immortals in his immortal aperture to different areas. They were tasked to take care of the resources, and they were even given mortal Gu that could be used to detect heaven's will. Along with Fang Yuan's time path clone and main body working together to get rid of the newly created heaven's will, he managed to save all the large resource points in the sovereign immortal aperture. However, as long as the heaven path Dao marks were not refined by Fang Yuan, they would continue to produce endless heavens will in increasing quantity. Even though Fang Yuan was using his full strength, he could not stop the situation from aggravating further. He could only barely protect his resource points now, but the sovereign immortal aperture was too huge, resource points were only a small part of it. In most areas, heaven's will was produced, moving towards the respective resource points like a huge army. Fang Yuan knew that this situation was at its most crucial point now. He could no longer cleanse all the heaven's will. In order to prevent the grotto heaven's will from linking with the 5 regions, he had to create an isolated secret space in Qi C, to prevent heaven's will from detecting him. As for the external situation, Demon Immortal Qi Ju's revival was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Demon Immortal Qi Ju said that he would go and meet Qi C ancestor. He was not joking. There were both internal and external problems. Now, it will depend on the effectiveness of this immortal formation. Fang Yuan's concentration was invested into this rule path formation. This formation was situated in mini blue heaven, it floated on its own, it was a modified version of the 5 regional limit formation. Fang Yuan had wisdom path attainment, he knew long ago that the situation would progress like this, he made preparations in advance and tried to come up with countermeasures early. Not long ago, he gained some inspiration and decided to mimic the Qi tides to deal with the heavens will in his immortal aperture. And this rule path formation was the fruit of his research. Rank 8 immortal essence was already piled up at the side, stored into the immortal formation. With Fang Yuan's thought, this huge formation that covered the range of more than 10 li started to activate. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The formation created huge winds. As the sounds of the wind resounded in heaven and earth, countless Qi currents appeared from the formation, as if the entire sky was covered in steam. It was completely white, one could not see anything. The formation suddenly emitted profound light. The profound light landed on the white Qi and pushed it like a giant hand. At the next moment, 30% of the white steam Qi moved forward like a gushing fountain. The profound light entered the white Qi and modified it, causing the scattered white Qi to become more concentrated. Finally, the white Qi that was pushed out turned into a Qi tide as it swept towards the southeast direction firmly. Along the way, the Qi tide was like a brush that cleaned up the surrounding heaven and earth Qi in its path. In terms of strength, the Qi tide that Fang Yuan created could not compare to a true one. But its strength was quite amazing already, it could easily take the lives of mortal Gu masters. This was also why Fang Yuan set up the formation in mini blue heaven, it was to prevent an accident from slaughtering countless lifeforms, it would cause him a huge loss. After moving for an hour, this Qi tide almost reached the aperture wall boundary of mini blue heaven. Fang Yuan inspected the results, he found that the heavens will that he had specially arranged here was all cleanly removed, not a trace was left. Furthermore, along the path that the Qi tide moved, heaven and earth Qi were well blended, it was peaceful and calm. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air, this was good news. With this formation, he could finally get rid of the huge problem of heaven's will. This carried huge significance to him. If he could not get rid of heaven's will, he would be trapped inside Qi C's formation to prevent his location and identity from being exposed to heaven's will. The pressure that was weighing down on Fang Yuan dissipated to some extent. Now that he looked at the Qi tide again, he felt that he had a deeper understanding of it. Qi tides are created because of the differences in heaven and earth Qi. It is like how water flows down a cliff to create a waterfall. The chi tides are similar, because of the disappearance of the regional walls, with the unification of earth veins, the different heaven and earth chi of the 5 regions merge and cause chi tides to appear. In the future, when heaven and earth chi becomes the same in all 5 regions, there will no longer be any chi tides. As for the 5 regional walls, the truth is, they are all chi tides in essence. The heaven and earth chi of the 5 regions were different, thus at the intersection points of these regions, there would be disparity in the heaven and earth chi. But because the earth veins were different back then, the heaven and earth chi could not fuse together like now, they eventually gathered and formed into dense regional walls. Gu immortals suffer backlash when using killer moves in the 5 regional walls. It was similar to being in the chi tides. The reason was that their own heaven and earth chi differed from those in the regional walls. As for the 5 regional walls that Tao Zhu researched on for his entire life, they were simply just chi tides. However, his research was focused on the aspect of rule path. His main result was 5 restriction profound light chi. From this name alone, it showed a connection to chi path. Fang Yuan had Tao Zhu's true inheritance. He had half a portion of primordial origin's true inheritance, along with Qi Xiang's foundation and his own chi path attainment level. He had immense foundation. Fang Yuan quickly made some progress and obtained gains. Next, I will need to modify this formation slightly and scatter the subformations all over the aperture. I will send out chi tides to eliminate heaven's will. The problem of heaven's will has been settled, but the refinement of heaven path Dao marks is still a huge problem. But Fang Yuan had to put this problem aside for now, because he had to guard against demon immortal Qi Ju, who was coming for him. The identity of Qi Si ancestor was very valuable. During the Fate War, Fang Yuan tried his best to conceal it. He did not expose any clues that they were the same person. In order to preserve his Qi Si ancestor identity, Fang Yuan's main obstacle now was demon immortal Qi Ju. On one hand, Fang Yuan used the formation to settle his internal threat. On the other hand, he waited patiently for demon immortal Qi Ju to arrive. According to Fang Yuan's deductions, demon immortal Qi Ju was going to come here for a fight during this period of time. After waiting for some time, one day, a change occurred above Qi Si. White Qi waves surged in the sky. They were grand and unceasing, pressing down on Qi Si with immense force. Within the Qi waves, demon immortal Qi Ju's boyish figure could be vaguely seen, filled with demonic aura. Soon, his young but confident voice resounded, "Junior Qi Si, I, demon immortal Qi Ju, have come here for you." "Qi Ju, what is the matter?" Fang Yuan appeared, activating Qi Si's formation as he stood on the surface of the sea, looking up and speaking. Demon immortal Qi Ju chuckled, "I have just revived. I do not have my immortal Gu now. I heard that you are the sole Qi path great expert at the peak of rank 8, I have come here to borrow some Gu." "Haha, borrow Gu indeed." Fang Yuan laughed loudly. He could feel the arrogance in demon immortal Qi Ju's words. "The immortal Gu are with me, whether you can get them will depend on your abilities." Demon immortal Qi Ju laughed as his young face showed deep battle intent. "Good. Junior, I like your personality, face this move of mine." Immortal killer move, Great Qi Grasp. Instantly, a milky white Qi current hand flew out like a small mountain, pressing down on Fang Yuan. This was the move that made Di Zongxing cry out in pain. It was incredibly profound, able to scatter or take form. Gu immortals could not deal with it easily. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply. He had a calm expression that showed no anxiety. He extended his hand and he pushed forward. Rumble. A Qi wall that was 100 li long soared up into the sky. It was grand and magnificent. The Qi wall collided into the hand was forced to retreat. It could not stop the Qi wall from flying up. Demon immortal Qi Ju smiled lightly. He pointed his finger as the Qi current hand scattered, attempting to infiltrate the Qi wall in the form of countless currents. But the attempt failed to do anything. Fang Yuan's Qi wall was not only huge, it was densely packed. Demon immortal Qi Ju had no way to penetrate it. Demon immortal Qi Ju's expression changed at this moment. "This is a powerful Qi wall. What is the name of your move?" Fang Yuan said frankly, I created this move specially for you, Qi Ju, I have not named it yet. Do you have any good suggestions? Demon Immortal Qi Ju squinted uncontrollably as bright light shined in his eyes. The fact that Qi Si Ancestor had just created this move was scarier than him having this move for a long time. This meant that Qi Si Ancestor had very high Qi Path attainment level. He could observe the battle situation and modify his own Qi Path killer move successfully to deal with his enemies. Demon Immortal Qi Ju did not know that Fang Yuan was focused on modifying the 5 regional limit formation. This Qi Wall killer move was merely a small part of his effort. Even though Fang Yuan lost Wisdom Gu, he still had abundant Wisdom Path methods. As the Qi Wall continued to rise into the sky, the milky white Qi currents that filled the sky had to retreat further upwards. By the time it reached Demon Immortal Qi Ju, the Qi Wall suddenly transformed. It turned into 2 hands, one black and one white, clapping together from the right and left directions. Demon Immortal Qi Ju did not dodge, he allowed the black and white hands to grab him. As the hands started to exert pressure, at the next moment, there was a loud voice coming from within the hands, Shi. Both hands were instantly absorbed into the silhouette of a concave secluded domain. This time, it was Fang Yuan's turn to be shocked. He keenly sensed that the secluded domain of heaven and earth above Demon Immortal Qi Ju's head was more complete than the last time he saw it. Demon Immortal Qi Ju knew that ordinary methods could not work against Qi Si Ancestor. He directly used his trump card. Secluded domain of heaven and earth, Shi. Fang Yuan tried to use his methods. All sorts of Qi Path killer moves attacked Demon Immortal Qi Ju, but Qi Land would absorb them all. It was like a bottomless hole. Fang Yuan could not fill it up no matter what. With Qi Land above his head, Demon Immortal Qi Ju had the advantage. He could not lose. He even started to critique Fang Yuan's Qi Path killer moves casually. This pair of black and white hands is a nice concept. By including yin and yang qi, you can use the attraction force of the two to amplify the power of this move. Your Qi Path defenses are also quite impressive. Every single thread of your clothes is made of wind qi. Are you trying to mimic the heavenly wind qi wall? It is a true pity. If it were before, you would still be a threat to me. But regrettably, I have recently dismantled the turbulent flow sea area and also completely fixed Qi Land. With this, I can counter all Qi Path methods in the world. Junior Qi Si, you are no exception. How is it? May I borrow your Immortal Gu now? The reason why Demon Immortal Qi Ju gained his reputation was because of this. It countered all Qi Path methods in the world. All Qi Path killer moves would be absorbed by Qi Land, unless the killer move could surpass the limits of Qi Land. But the problem was that Demon Immortal Qi Ju had already fully repaired Qi Land. It experienced a qualitative change in battle strength. In a way, it was easier for him to deal with Qi Si Ancestor than Wu Shuai, who controlled Dragon Palace. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2004, Heavenly Court, S. Reinforcements. 2004 Heavenly Court, S. Reinforcements. Turbulent white Qi covered the sky above Qi Si in a chaotic fashion. Demon Immortal Qi Ju stared down at Qi Si Ancestor while emitting a grand demonic aura. The phantom image of Qi Land appeared in its full glory above his head, placing him in a highly advantageous position. Junior Qi Si, is my cultivation enough to borrow Gu from you? Demon Immortal Qi Ju said again. Fang Yuan felt heaviness. The previous exchange of moves had already allowed him to understand many details about Demon Immortal Qi Ju. There was no need to mention the various killer moves possessed by Demon Immortal Qi Ju. His trump card was clearly the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Qi Land. With this secluded domain of heaven and earth, he could counter all Qi Path Gu immortals in the world. If it were other paths, Demon Immortal Qi Ju would not have such huge dominance. But Qi Si Ancestor's main cultivation happened to be Qi Path and was thus suppressed heavily. This showed Demon Immortal Qi Ju's nature. He might be domineering in his actions, but he was not stupid. He knew how to play to his advantage. Thus, after he revived, he did not continue fighting with the 3 sides and chose to retreat wisely. He then completed his Qi Land along the way and increased his battle strength. Now, he appeared in front of Qi Si Ancestor and demanded to borrow Immortal Gu. The moment he gains rank 8 Chi Path Immortal Gu, his strength would definitely soar and firmly hold its position at the peak of the present age. With just Qi Si ancestors' methods, Fang Yuan was indeed not Demon Immortal Qi Ju's match, but he was not panicked. Fang Yuan always took action after planning first. He had already known of Demon Immortal Qi Ju's threat and modified Qi Si's formation. As long as he retreated into the formation, he would be able to resist for some time. If Demon Immortal Qi Ju charged into the formation, Fang Yuan could detonate this large formation and create an opportunity to retreat. Speaking of it, Fang Yuan had obtained this detonation method from Fang Dichang. Back then, Fang Dichang set a trap for Fang Yuan in Divine Bean Palace. He wanted to sacrifice Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Swan Bujin by detonating the Immortal Gu house inside Divine Bean Palace and thus break through the impasse and refine Divine Bean Palace in one move. Fang Yuan saw through the scheme and captured Fang Dichang. After soul searching, he obtained the method of Immortal Gu house self-detonation. He then modified the method and arranged it in Qi Si's formation. The self-detonation would be extremely powerful, even if it did not threaten Demon Immortal Qi Ju's life, it could obstruct him for a period of time. Fang Yuan was very confident about this. But if Fang Yuan used the formation's self-detonation to retreat, the value of this Qi Si ancestor identity would fall sharply. To preserve this identity, Fang Yuan intentionally restrained himself from using many Qi Path methods during the Fate War. Even unlimited Qi Si was used just once. Were Fang Yuan to retreat, it would mean Qi Si ancestor was defeated by Demon Immortal Qi Ju. From then on, Qi Si ancestor's reputation would fall greatly and his appeal to Eastern Sea would lower sharply. Demon Immortal Qi Ju frowned slightly. He had spoken twice but Qi Si ancestor did not respond. His patience reached the limits. He snorted and was about to continue attacking when a blood-red ray of light suddenly pierced through the skies and shot right towards his face. Demon Immortal Qi Ju dodged quickly and turned around to see Demon Judgment Board appear in the horizon. Heavenly Court, you again. Demon Immortal Qi Ju sneered, I am not looking for trouble with you but you are instead trying to provoke me. After such a heavy defeat in the Fate War, what confidence do you have to act like this? Heavenly Court defends humanity's righteous path. Our actions are not because of confidence but because of our beliefs. A reply came from inside Demon Judgment Board. This was not Gu Fang Zheng's voice, it was a female voice. Fang Yuan's heart shook slightly when he heard the voice. Qin Ding Ling came personally. So the reinforcement shown by my luck actually refers to her. Demon Immortal Qi Ju pointed his finger towards Demon Judgment Board. Qi currents surged and transformed, rapidly gathering into a lump. In an instant, hundreds of milky white Qi spheres shot towards Demon Judgment Board like meteors, creating a series of explosions. Demon Judgment Board's momentum stopped and shook violently from the explosions. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was about to say something when his expression changed suddenly. He quickly withdrew and moved away from his spot like lightning. The previous blood-red ray of light shot by Demon Judgment Board actually turned around to attack him. Demon Immortal Qi Ju evaded the blood-red light but he did not expect golden light to shoot out from this blood-red light. The golden light condensed rapidly into a huge golden scissors above Demon Immortal Qi Ju's head. Crack, crack. The golden scissors cut Demon Immortal Qi Ju's head repeatedly, but the attack seemed to be in vain. Demon Immortal Qi Ju, however, paled suddenly. This is a luck path method. He quickly activated investigative killer moves and immediately felt a loss. Damn it, these golden scissors are cutting my luck. Demon Immortal Qi Ju put great emphasis on maintaining his luck. After his revival and later dismantling Turbulent Flow Sea area to replenish Shi Land, he had already consumed a lot of his luck. The attacks of the giant scissors were making things worse. Qi Si, Heavenly Court, I will remember this. If there is a chance in the future, I will settle it with both of you properly. Demon Immortal Qi Ju's voice resonated throughout the area. After this sentence, he immediately entered milky white Qi currents that filled the sky and left the battlefield rapidly. Retreating again. Gu Fang Zheng, who was inside Demon Judgment Board, was somewhat stunned. On the contrary, other Heavenly Court members looked solemn. Qin Ding Ling sighed and explained to Fang Zheng, this is the terrifying thing about Demon Immortal Qi Ju. He always maintains his calm and has a clear judgment of the situation. We can only give him some trouble, but in the current situation, Qi Ancestor would not just stay on the sidelines. With Demon Immortal Qi Ju's battle strength, it won't be difficult for him to oppose our joint attacks. But the battle will be intense and his plan to borrow Qi Path Immortal Gu has no chance to succeed. So he directly chose to retreat to preserve his strength. Fang Zheng immediately realized, I understand. Demon Immortal Qi Ju is a person from 1,000,000 years ago after all, he has just revived and doesn't have much contact with new paths. Against Demon Judgment Board's Blood Path attack and your Luck Path Golden Scissors, he prioritized on dodging them. When he gets familiar with these paths and modifies his killer moves, it will be much more difficult for us to confront him. That is correct. Qin Dingling nodded, let's get out and have a talk with Qi Ancestor. Heavenly Court Gu Immortals filed out with Qin Dingling taking the lead and Guyu Fangjing following closely behind. They put away Demon Judgment Board of their own initiative, demonstrating Heavenly Court's sincerity. Thank you for helping this old man get through this danger. Fang Yuan heaved a long sigh. Qin Dingling was wearing a golden armor and a cape, and in combination with her tall body, wide shoulders, and long legs, she emitted heroic aura. But this heroic aura was different from Feng Jin Huang's, it had a natural nobleness to it that felt like it was innately above others. But right now, Qin Dingling had a smile on her face as she showed the initiative to get close to Fang Yuan. She spoke, Ancestor, if not for your injuries, how could Demon Immortal Qi Ju be so rampant? Moreover, I saw that you were calm throughout the battle, you definitely have some trump cards up your sleeves. We might even have to ask for your understanding and to not blame us for interfering. These words were so polite that Fang Yuan felt like it was similar to a warm spring breeze. Heavenly Court's attitude was different compared to his previous life. At that time, Heavenly Court was oppressive and gave no way out for others. But in this life, Heavenly Court's leader took the initiative to treat others warmly. After the Fate War, Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals' attitude was completely different from before the war. Before the Fate War, Heavenly Court had Fate Gu and possessed huge advantages. But now that Fate Gu was destroyed, Heavenly Court's strength had diminished sharply. On one hand, they were actively recuperating, while on the other hand, they took the initiative to make alliances. Qi Ancestor became a goal in Heavenly Court's eyes and was the best ally for them. Demon Immortal Qi Ju wanted to find an expert to spar with, naturally, he would first look for Qi Ancestor. After all, be they Fang Yuan or Feng Jiu Gu, their traces were vague and hard to find. However, Qi Ancestor stayed in Qi and could be found easily. Since Heavenly Court wanted to ally with Qi Ancestor, they naturally wanted to use Demon Immortal Qi Ju. After all, adding icing on the cake cannot compare to offering help in times of need. Heavenly Court helped Qi Ancestor ward off Demon Immortal Qi Ju. It was not a casual action but was planned for a long time. It was not only Fang Yuan who had been waiting patiently for Demon Immortal Qi Ju, Heavenly Court was also the same. Friends, please come in. Let this old man prepare a simple feast to express some gratitude. Fang Yuan led the Heavenly Court Immortals into Qi's formation. He prepared a feast and hosted the Heavenly Court Immortals. During the banquet, the Xia clan Immortals who were staying as guests were also invited to join. The Xia clan Immortals were grateful towards the Heavenly Court Immortals, they had a very enthusiastic attitude. They had seen Demon Immortal Qi Ju's fight with Qi Ancestor, they felt very worried. Their territory was already seized by Wu Shuai, so they could only put the hope of regaining their territory in Qi Ancestor. If Qi Ancestor was defeated or died, it would be a cruel blow to all the Xia clan members. Thus, Heavenly Court helping Qi Ancestor was like helping them. When Qin Dingling saw the Xia clan Immortals, she immediately expressed her sympathy and condemned the Two Heavens alliance. She even promised she would certainly fight against this large variant human alliance. This attitude made Xia clan have an even better impression of them. The face of Xia clan's first supreme elder even reddened with joy. This was different from the empty words of the other Eastern Sea super forces. Heavenly Court had truly taken actions. Previously, Demon Judgment Board carried 3 immortals and attacked the 2 heavens grotto heavens, every Gu immortal in the world knew of this. Qin Dingling inquired about Xia clan's recent situation. All the Xia clan Gu immortals replied, they were hosted well by Qi Si ancestor and would always be grateful, it was just that they had a worry about when they could return to their home. Qin Dingling realized Qi Si ancestor's intention. He is raising his reputation. His ambition is truly big. Qin Dingling was happy to see this. As long as Qi Si ancestor had greed and ambition, they would have the foundation to cooperate. Fang Yuan naturally did not invite the Xia clan Gu immortals to join the banquet for no reason. Through Qin Dingling's attitude towards the Xia clan Gu immortals, Fang Yuan was even more certain of Heavenly Court's purpose in coming here. At the same time, he was also making this native force, Xia clan, serve as a witness. After all, as an Eastern Sea Gu immortal, having close ties with Heavenly Court would lower Qi Si ancestors' authority in Eastern Sea. After a few rounds of wine, Fang Yuan took the initiative to speak. Friends from Heavenly Court, you helped me today, this old man shall remember this favor. If Heavenly Court has any trouble in the future, I am willing to contribute my strength to Heavenly Court. This was a clear gesture. Heavenly Court's immortals were spirited when they heard it. Qin Dingling put down her cup slowly and looked at Qi Si ancestor with a smile as she finally got to the main topic. To tell the truth, Heavenly Court is indeed facing some issues currently. We came to ask for ancestors' help. Oh. Please explain. Fang Yuan asked straightforwardly. Qin Dingling did not mention the matter of the Qi harvest fruit emerging in Heavenly Court, instead she handed over an information path mortal Gu to Qi Si ancestor. Fang Yuan probed with his consciousness and was immediately moved. The content of this information path mortal Gu was the remaining half of Primordial Origin's true inheritance. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2005, Cooperating with Heavenly Court. 2005 Cooperating with Heavenly Court. The moment Fang Yuan saw this remaining half of Primordial Origin's true inheritance, he had a thought. It was not related to the true inheritance. Should I use this chance to capture these Heavenly Court Gu immortals in one fell swoop? This thought was very attractive. Qin Dingling was currently the temporary leader of Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court would definitely receive a huge blow if they lost her. Guyu Fangzheng was arranged by Heaven's will and was a crucial character to restrain the otherworldly demon Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan killed him, he would be free from this shackle. The accompanying Prince Feng Xian, Baizang Shui, and the rest were also pillars of Heavenly Court currently. If they were gone, it would be a great disaster to Heavenly Court and the whole of Central Continent's righteous path. But thinking about it, Fang Yuan gave up on this idea. His current strength was not complete and he could not maintain his battle strength because of the Heaven Path Dao marks. On the surface, the Heavenly Court immortals were conversing happily and looked relaxed, but how could they not be on guard in Qi Si ancestors' domain? It was just that they pretended to be relaxed to show their sincerity and friendliness. Even if Fang Yuan activated Qi Si's formation, the Heavenly Court immortals would definitely take out immortal Gu houses immediately and defend. Were he to attack the Heavenly Court immortals right now, whether it resulted in victory or defeat, Fang Yuan's Qi Si ancestor identity would be met with heavy scrutiny. In truth, Fang Yuan was willing to cooperate with Heavenly Court. Even though Heavenly Court tried all methods to create difficulties for Fang Yuan and attempted to kill him, even forcing him into near-death situations, as long as there were enough benefits that were useful for him in pursuing eternal life, Fang Yuan was not conflicted over cooperating with Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court wanted to cooperate with Qi Si ancestor for their own benefits. Fang Yuan would also similarly receive huge gains from cooperating with Heavenly Court. There was no need to mention the long-term benefits, merely Fang Yuan forcing back demon immortal Qi Ju with the help of Heavenly Court was enough to guarantee the value of this Qi Si ancestor identity. At the same time, Heavenly Court also took the initiative to give the remaining half of Primordial Origin's true inheritance to him. Fang Yuan was rather moved as he held the information path mortal Gu. Back then, he had spent much thought and effort to scheme for this Qi path true inheritance. Duke Long was shrewd, Thieving Heaven's method could reduce his lifespan, but he pretended it did not work and used half of Primordial Origin's true inheritance to successfully stabilize Qi ancestor. The remaining half was held firmly by Duke Long, and Fang Yuan was unable to get it. Fang Yuan did not hold any hope, but who could have thought that after the Fate War, he would actually obtain the remaining half of Primordial Origin's true inheritance through Qin Dingling. In the remaining half of Primordial Origin's true inheritance, the triple Qi retraction Fang Yuan coveted was recorded. Qin Dingling cannot be underestimated. Fang Yuan sighed in his head. Without even mentioning any requests, Qin Dingling directly handed the remaining half of Primordial Origin's true inheritance to Qi ancestor. The courage needed for this move was truly immense. Qin Dingling's and Heavenly Court's sincerity was shown fully. If Qin Dingling knew I was Fang Yuan, I wonder what expression she would show. Duke Long helped the enemy previously, and now Qin Dingling continued this trend. Were Qin Dingling to know the person in front of her was the greatest culprit of the Fate War and she had personally handed the true inheritance to him, she might cough blood from anger. I genuinely feel your sincerity. What troubles do you have? I will use all my strength to help Heavenly Court. Fang Yuan stored the information path Mortal Gu in his aperture. He already guessed Heavenly Court's troubles. Qin Dingling let out a sigh of relief as she saw Qi ancestor putting away the information path Mortal Gu. What she had been worried about was that possibility of Qi ancestor not agreeing to help. After all, Qi ancestor had been a secluded cultivator who did not care about things that did not concern him. Maybe the information given by the reborn Fang Yuan made Qi ancestor realize that if he were to continue his secluded cultivation, Heavenly Court would look for trouble with him, so he changed his way of doing things. Qin Dingling did not know how Heavenly Court became enemies with Qi ancestor. But since Qi ancestor believed Fang Yuan's words, it was clear Fang Yuan had provided enough evidence. This was a mess that they were not responsible for. With the destruction of Fate Gu, the future had changed. Heavenly Court was unable to find out anything about it. Qin Dingling could only rely on the current situation to infer and deduce. It was normal for Qin Dingling to have some worries. After all, Qi ancestor had a hostile relationship with Heavenly Court before and had only turned neutral because of Duke Long's mediation. Right now, to recruit Qi ancestor, Qin Dingling had to take out something that Qi ancestor would not be able to refuse. Qi ancestor accepted Primordial Origin's true inheritance and immediately showed a firm attitude of helping Heavenly Court. Qin Dingling was very relieved. Her scheme did not end here. Primordial Origin's true inheritance was only bait. Qi ancestor would require suitable Qi Path Immortal Gu to activate the killer moves recorded in it. And these Qi Path Immortal Gu were all in Heavenly Court's treasuries. These were the chips to tempt Qi ancestor later on. Perhaps we can still use Demon Immortal Qi Ju's pressure to push Qi ancestor to join Heavenly Court. This inspiration emerged in Qin Dingling's mind but was temporarily suppressed. She began to explain the issues Heavenly Court was facing. Fang Yuan stroked his beard as he ascertained his guesses. Just like he predicted, the Qi harvest fruit appeared in Heavenly Court as well. With Duke Long's sacrifice and the Immortal Graveyard's destruction, Heavenly Court no longer had a Qi Path expert to stabilize the situation, thus it was very difficult for them to resolve the issue of the Qi harvest fruit. Qin Dingling handed Primordial Origin's true inheritance straightforwardly and also hoped this true inheritance could help Qi ancestor in dealing with the issue of the Qi harvest fruit much more quickly. Fang Yuan thought for a bit and nodded. I will handle this matter of the Qi harvest fruit. But I have no methods to deal with it now and need to be in closed cultivation for some time to research Primordial Origin's true inheritance. At this moment, Xia clan's first Supreme Elder suddenly said, Lord Ancestor, you are injured and have to recuperate first. Your safety not only concerns Eastern Sea but is also related to maintaining the overall situation of humanity and the variant humans. He was worried and afraid that if Qi ancestor were to collaborate with Heavenly Court, Xia clan's matters would be pushed aside. Qin Dingling smiled, you don't have to worry, I am going to talk about the Two Heavens Alliance now. Wu Shuai is currently a huge demon and also a sinner who invaded Heavenly Court. We absolutely won't let him develop. We came here to ask for ancestors' help as well as to deal with this variant human force. After a slight pause, she continued, Heavenly Court is willing to take out immortal materials to finance Ancestor and Xia clan, to help you reclaim your lost land. In the future battles, if necessary, Heavenly Court will send reinforcements to lend a hand in fighting against the variant human races. Ah! Xia clan's first supreme elder exclaimed in shock and bowed, Heavenly Court is righteous and worthy of being the number one force of humanity. I am extremely grateful, the whole of Xia clan is immeasurably grateful. Qin Dingling chatted with Xia clan's first supreme elder for a while, deepening their relationship quickly. Heavenly Court lost the Fate War, but it did not lack resources, it only lacked manpower. In this trip to Eastern Sea, Heavenly Court wanted to entice Qi Si Ancestor while also targeting Xia clan's Gu immortals. Roping in a native force of Eastern Sea would establish their foundation in the future 5 regions chaotic war. This was a long-term plan. The unfortunate thing was that Heavenly Court and Xia clan's immortals did not know Wu Shuai and Qi Si Ancestor were the same person in essence. This was truly a huge secret that would shock the world. Fang Yuan nodded without hesitating, I will never let the Two Heavens Alliance exist in Eastern Sea, I will certainly drive them out and exterminate them thoroughly. Qin Dingling raised her hand, in my view, the Two Heavens Alliance has human forces as well, it is just that the Two Heavens Alliance is being firmly controlled by variant humans currently. These human forces are not different from us, we are all humans. We should stick together and unite. So, there is no harm in splitting them first before we take action. Fang Yuan immediately understood the meaning, could it be that some human forces in the Two Heavens Alliance have already surrendered to you? Qin Dingling shook her head, it is not like that. We were able to capture a rank 8 Gu immortal. She is called Granny Skeleton, the current owner of Shattered Bone Grotto Heaven in the Two Heavens. Granny Skeleton was persuaded by Yin Chang's words and wanted to join the Two Heavens Alliance. But halfway in her journey, she was ambushed and captured by Heavenly Court. Naturally, it was Night Heavenly Wolf Lord who provided this information. Lady Coldash wanted to unite the human forces in the Two Heavens and fight for authority in the Two Heavens Alliance. She had already made Night Heavenly Wolf Lord one of her helpers, but she could have never expected Night Heavenly Wolf Lord to have already sided with Heavenly Court. Granny Skeleton. Fang Yuan paused a bit before asking, is this person here right now? Qin Dingling shook her head, my Heavenly Court uses virtuous means, we let her go after persuading her for some time. The eyes of Xia clan's first supreme elder opened wide at these words, he felt some worries regarding Heavenly Court's naivety, but did not speak up. Fang Yuan, however, looked at Qin Dingling with deep meaning and smiled, looks like Granny Skeleton is a crucial character and the key to tempt her to join us should lie on the Qi harvest fruits matter. Qin Dingling laughed and raised her cup in praise, Ancestor, you have discerning vision. The issue of the Qi harvest fruit appeared in Shattered Bone Grotto Heaven as well, if we can solve this issue, we can rope in Granny Skeleton and other human forces. Good plan. If we can rope in these human forces, it would be their loss and our gain, this will be a great blow to the Two Heavens Alliance, and there is even a chance they will disintegrate. Those of other races have different motives, the human Gu immortals in the Two Heavens are of the same race as us. As long as we show enthusiasm and sincerity, it should not be difficult to recruit them. Xia clan's immortals smiled and conversed, some clapped and laughed, the atmosphere of the banquet became increasingly lively. Fang Yuan had a smile as he observed the Gu immortals' expressions from his seat. If they knew their enemy had already known of their plan before they even implemented it, how would they feel? Fang Yuan's gaze moved around before finally stopping on Qin Dingling's face. Although she only cultivates luck path, her leadership is up to standard. At her level, she should have reached the level of being proficient in mimicking other paths too. Ordinary wisdom path rank 8s are also not superior to this. Of course, there is still a large gap between her and Fairy Z Wei. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2006, Shadow Sect S True Members. 2006 Shadow Sect S True Members. Central Continent. This Qi harvest fruit is mine. Get lost. You wish. The Qi tide had just passed, a group of Central Continent lone immortals was fighting fiercely for around 10 Qi harvest fruits. To Grotto Heavens, the Qi harvest fruits that emerged inside them were a huge calamity. But the Qi harvest fruits that were left behind after the Qi tides were precious treasures coveted by every Gu immortal. It had already been a while since Qi tides appeared. The 5 regions Gu immortals were fully aware of the excellent effect of the Qi harvest fruit. Gu immortals did not need any Qi path attainment. As long as they obtained Qi harvest fruits and crushed them in their aperture, they could greatly improve the harmonization of heaven and earth Qi, thereby gaining freedom of action earlier than other Gu immortals. Just as the immortals were fighting, a snowy ray of light pierced through the skies, shooting towards them. The ray of light was sharp and fierce, shooting right towards a Gu immortal. This Central Continent Gu immortal was only rank 6, he sneered when he saw that the ray of light looked fierce but only had rank 6 aura. He activated his defensive killer moves. Bam! The ray of light struck the Gu immortal and pierced through him. How? The struck Gu immortal's eyes were wide open, his expression filled with disbelief. Both sides were rank 6, so why was there such a huge gap? Who is it? Ah, could it be Snow Demon? The remaining 2 Central Continent Gu immortals were also rank 6. They were pale with fright when they saw the Gu immortal whom they had been fighting at a deadlock with die immediately. The 2 immediately thought of a mysterious demonic immortal who had emerged recently. This person appeared often to fight for Qi harvest fruits and was very vicious. The 2 retreated quickly, not daring to fight. That snow ray of light ignored them and moved straight towards its goal, looting the Qi harvest fruits. After the snow ray obtained them, it left immediately with extreme vigilance. After moving for a few minutes and using various concealment methods, this snow ray of light stopped in a nameless valley. The snow dissipated and the Gu immortal's appearance was revealed. Who else could it be but Bai Ningbing? After the Fate War, Bai Ningbing was left outside and was not recalled by Feng Yuan. Bai Ningbing temporarily obtained freedom and did not want to return to Feng Yuan's side, choosing to cultivate alone. Over this period of time, she was extremely active and had seized many Qi harvest fruits, using them in her immortal aperture. These Qi harvest fruits she obtained would have negligible effects on Feng Yuan's rank 8 Grotto Heaven. But to Bai Ningbing's rank 6 Blessed Land, the effects were conspicuous. Bai Ningbing originally possessed Future Self and could achieve peak rank 7 battle strength. But after the Fate War, the lower streams of the River of Time became violent, Future Self thus lost its effect. Bai Ningbing's battle strength returned to its original rank 6 level. After I get a few hundred more Qi harvest fruits, I can battle with all my strength for 2 hours. Bai Ningbing used the seized Qi harvest fruits while estimating inwardly. Suddenly, her heart jolted as she sensed something wrong. She immediately shot out of the valley. But it was already late. A purple light barrier trapped her rapidly, directly creating an independent space that was isolated from the outside world. This is an immortal battlefield killer move. Bai Ningbing frowned. Who is it? Come out. Clap clap clap. Following resounding claps, Fairy Zi Wei revealed herself. She looked at Bai Ningbing with a smile. You actually sense me activating this battlefield killer move. Worthy of a genius chosen by Feng Yuan. It's you. Bai Ningbing immediately recognized Fairy Zi Wei and her heart sank. The enemy was a rank 8 Gu immortal, while her strength was only at rank 6. She might still have some hope to resist if she had Future Self, but the current difference in strength was too big. It made her helpless. Fairy Zi Wei fixed her eyes on Bai Ningbing, asking with interest, how did you sense it? I did not see you using any special investigative methods. Bai Ningbing's expression was cold as ice as she replied, it was only an instinct. You already put an ambush beforehand and waited for me to take the bait. Fairy Zi Wei chuckled, you took action too many times recently. The clues are all with me, so it is not a difficult thing to deduce when you will make a move and where you will retreat to. Did you actually discover the danger with only your intuition? My immortal battlefield killer move did not leak any aura when it was activated. At this time, another figure appeared not far behind Bai Ningbing. It was Old Man Zheng Yuan. Old Man Zheng Yuan coughed, Lady Zi Wei, this is caused by human qi. Although Bai Ningbing did not use any special investigative method, she has robust human qi. We must have agitated her human chi when we tried to trap her, which made her sense it intuitively. Bai Ningbing snorted and took on a combat stance. You talk too much, let's fight, Heavenly Court. Fairy Ziwei's smile became even brighter. You are wrong, Bai Ningbing, we are not representing Heavenly Court, but Shadow Sect. We did not come to kill you. What? Bai Ningbing was astonished. You sided with Fong Yuan. Old man Zheng Yuan chuckled. This junior Fong Yuan stole the position of Shadow Sect's leader. We are representing the true Shadow Sect. Bai Ningbing's mind shook as she guessed the truth. Spectral soul has revived. You want to find trouble with Fong Yuan through me. What do you think? Join us, don't you want to get rid of Fong Yuan and free yourself from all the shackles? Fairy Ziwei enticed. Bai Ningbing sneered and stared deeply at Fairy Ziwei. Of course I want freedom. But what is the difference between joining you and siding with Fong Yuan? I will be even more restricted with you people than with Fong Yuan. She noticed what was wrong with Fairy Ziwei and old man Zheng Yuan. They were clearly enslaved by spectral soul. Standing with Fong Yuan, Bai Ningbing had the feeling of being an ally at least. But if she joined the Shadow Sect in front of her, then she would only be spectral soul's slave. Fairy Ziwei nodded, but you don't have a choice, do you? Old man Zheng Yuan added, surrender or die, choose. Bai Ningbing's silence did not last long. After a few breaths of time, she nodded, I will join you. Old man Zheng Yuan approached and patted Bai Ningbing's shoulder. This is a wise choice. Relax, we will deal with your information path alliance agreements. But your Dragonman status is somewhat troublesome. It was Fong Yuan who helped you change that. The Dragonman method he used probably went through many changes. It will be very difficult to get rid of this within a short period of time. No worries, I am already used to it. Bai Ningbing said indifferently. She was restricted by Fong Yuan first, then she entered Shadow Sect and was controlled by old man Xianxia. Later, she returned to Fong Yuan's side again, transforming into the new Dragonman. Now, she was clamped down by Fairy Ziwei. Bai Ningbing was right, she was already used to it. Almost at the same time, soul pacifying grotto heaven. And, this is the soul core I obtained recently, it is extremely strange, please appraise it. And Sun respectfully bowed and handed over a soul core. Lady Cold Ash took this soul core and observed it carefully, her expression becoming increasingly strange. She had seen countless soul cores, but this soul core gave her a feeling which she had never felt before. Just the dark light circulating on the soul core's surface was beyond ordinary. Suddenly, the soul core transformed into dark lightning that struck Lady Cold Ash's face. It quickly infiltrated her body and imprisoned her soul. Lady Cold Ash's body was tense, and when she reacted, she had already fallen to her own relative's trap. And Sun, you. Lady Cold Ash had been concerned with her nephew and Sun and nurtured him wholeheartedly. She had never expected to be betrayed. Lady Cold Ash struggled before she stood up abruptly. And Sun was given a great fright as he stepped back quickly. But at the next moment, Lady Cold Ash's energy dissipated and sat down again. She groaned as dark light filled her eyes. Soon, she could not struggle anymore and stood up silently. And Sun prostrated on the ground, subordinate pays respect to master. Spectral Soul's voice came out from Lady Cold Ash's mouth, this body is quite good, I shall use this for now to get close to Wu Shuai. Spectral Soul did not have Guts Gu, so he could only devour soul cores and digest them slowly. Over this period of time, he had already recovered some strength and immediately made a move on Lady Cold Ash. After he had succeeded, it meant the whole of soul pacifying grotto heaven had fallen into his hands. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2007, Target, Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. 2007 Target, Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Roar. A huge, mountain-like immemorial soul beast with two horns on its head was howling. But it was not showing its might and dominance, but madly struggling to flee. Its tail was grabbed by an ordinary hand. Then, an extremely terrifying absorption force spread out from the palm. There was a whirring sound resembling a wild hurricane as the immemorial soul beast was absorbed completely by the hand within a few breaths of time. The owner of that hand let out a burp. It was the rank 8 soul path expert, owner of soul pacifying grotto heaven, Lady Cold Ash. Her eyes were pitch black and threads of black smoke coiled around her body. After a while, she stopped the killer move, the black smoke around her whole body were restrained, and nothing looked out of place from the outside. But in fact, her body was already possessed by Spectral Soul and her soul had been devoured. Spectral Soul sighed, "I am full again." He got much more freedom with Lady Cold Ash's identity. Over these days, he was actively devouring immemorial soul beasts, increasing and recovering his strength rapidly. But Spectral Soul was not satisfied. Devouring immemorial soul beasts was not like consuming Daoist Gu after all, Spectral Soul needed to digest them. Otherwise, the immemorial soul beasts would corrode his soul, make him lose his rationality and finally turn into a deformed soul monster. The first choice in strengthening the soul was of course the Daoist Gu from Dang Hun Mountain. There was no need to digest them and they could be absorbed almost instantly. The more Spectral Soul yearned for Dang Hun Mountain, the more he wanted to find Fong Yuan and kill him. Where exactly did this rascal Fong Yuan go to? Spectral Soul thought of Fong Yuan and could not help but narrow his eyes. Fairy Ziwei had already informed Spectral Soul of the information she had gained from Bai Ningbing. This was great news to Spectral Soul. Fairy Ziwei had found clues of Wuxia. As long as they got hold of Fong Yuan's subordinates, they would have enough clues to deduce Fong Yuan's location. Fong Yuan obtained so many Heaven Path Dao marks and has been missing since the Fate War, his situation must be dismal. This is the best chance to capture him. Spectral Soul had been a venerable, he queried himself and got the conclusion that even when he was at his peak, it would have been a difficult task to refine so many Heaven Path Dao marks. Let alone the current Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan was strong, but he was not a venerable after all and had a limited understanding of the Heaven Path Dao marks. But I can no longer count on the arrangements I left in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Spectral Soul understood that Heaven Path Dao marks developed naturally. The hidden arrangements he left behind were essentially Dao marks and were certain to be transformed by the Heaven Path Dao marks. His methods would not be effective after they were transformed. If they were effective, why would Spectral Soul have to go through such trouble to search and capture Fong Yuan's subordinates? He would have already gone to kill Fong Yuan. After half a month, I can devour an immemorial soul beast again to recover my strength. Just as Spectral Soul was planning, he suddenly received a message. Spectral Soul immediately revealed joy. Wu Shuai is convening rank 8 Gu Immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance to discuss an important event. Lady Cold Ash is also summoned. Great, Wu Shuai is acquainted with Fong Yuan, he might even be Fong Yuan's clone. I might be able to lure out Fong Yuan's main body if I enslave him. Spectral Soul immediately moved out of Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven under Lady Cold Ash's identity and rushed towards the headquarters of Eastern Sea's Xia clan. In the public blessed land, he smoothly entered Dragon Palace and saw Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai was sitting on the main seat while the other people were divided into two rows. On his immediate left was Vice Alliance leader Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, on his right was the recent addition, rank 8 expert Xiao Hejian. Below them were leaders of various variant human forces. The human Grotto Heaven owners were arranged further back. For instance, Lady Cold Ash's position was almost close to Dragon Palace's door. The political state of the Two Heavens Alliance was clear from these seating arrangements. Variant humans were dominant and had most of the authority, while human Gu Immortals were firmly at a disadvantage. It was not that they did not resist, but they were helpless. After all, Wu Shuai had a Dragonman identity and it was natural for him to be closer to other variant humans. If I kill all of them, how much of my strength can I recover? Spectral Soul looked around with killing intent surging in his heart. Sensing her gaze, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord who was standing opposite her nodded slightly, showing goodwill. Spectral Soul had already obtained all of Lady Cold Ash's memories. This Night Heavenly Wolf Lord, maybe I can make a move against him first. This human rank 8 Gu Immortal soul is much more suitable for my recovery. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord thought, this Lady Cold Ash can be used. My contribution regarding Granny Skeleton came from her. After this discussion, I should find her to drink tea and probe her intention. If I can rope her into Heavenly Court's side, my contribution will be even bigger. Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord's thoughts were normal. In his opinion, the previous Lady Cold Ash did not lose hope and wanted to unite other human forces to counter the current alliance situation, raising the human forces' position in the alliance. But right now, her plan was already useless. Granny Skeleton did not come at all. And with Heavenly Court already proceeding to the next plan, that was, to split up the whole Two Heavens alliance, Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord saw his chance to make much more contributions. Just as Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord and Lady Cold Ash were scheming, Wu Shuai spoke, "I think you should all know why I convened everyone this time. That's right, it is about the Qi harvest fruit disaster. Qi harvest fruits have appeared in most of your grotto heavens. These Qi harvest fruits absorb the heaven and earth Qi in the grotto heaven to strengthen themselves, directly harming the grotto heaven's foundation. But ordinary methods cannot get rid of these Qi harvest fruits. A rash move will only harm the grotto heaven's foundation. Today, I gathered everyone to try to collectively think of a good solution." After Wu Shuai spoke, the immortals began to offer their suggestions. Over this period of time, most of them had racked their minds and were completely focused on this problem. These immortals might lack combat proficiency, but their foundations were instead stable and solid. Thus, they suggested many methods. However, although there were many methods suggested, which were truly effective, no one could guarantee or be certain. None of them cultivated Qi Path as their main path. There were a few who cultivated Qi Path on the side, but their attainment was low and could not be counted upon. There are many methods, let's try them one by one. There should be a way to resolve this issue. So, what we need to do is to try these methods continuously. Who is willing to try it first? Wu Shuai summarized and asked. Dragon Palace immediately fell into silence. No one wanted to be the guinea pig. It was extremely crucial to clear up the Qi harvest fruits. It was like a heart surgery, a slight mistake and it would be the end of the grotto heaven. Even if they were fortunate and the grotto heaven survived, its foundation would be heavily damaged and there would be massive losses. These Gu immortals are really pitiful. Fortunately I have already sided with Heavenly Court. Although Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord showed a worried expression, he was calm. He had been informed by Heavenly Court that they had already found a solution to the Qi harvest fruit issue. So he was not the least bit worried. But in fact, Qin Ding Ling only said that to stabilize Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord and make him more loyal. It is both hard and easy to resolve the Qi harvest fruit. Spectral Soul naturally knew some methods but he did not mention them. His current thoughts were filled with how to attack Wu Shuai. He could not make a move now with so many people present. But how could he find a chance to be alone with Wu Shuai? The biggest obstacle is still this Dragon Palace. Spectral Soul was somewhat wary. Dragon Palace, in essence, was an enslavement path immortal Gu house. Spectral Soul was not afraid about this. What he was worried about were the dream path methods of Dragon Palace. Even Spectral Soul had to be vigilant regarding this. Once he was captured by dreamy light smoke, he would immediately be defeated. Wu Shuai saw the immortals becoming silent for a long while. He already knew their thoughts. He smiled. Since no one is willing to give it a try, we should find other people to try. There are many grotto heavens in the two heavens. There are still people who have not joined us and are harboring unfathomable thoughts. The Gu immortals' eyes brightened. They felt the alliance leader's idea was simply too great. Thereupon, the immortals resounded in agreement. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and others even bootlicked Wu Shuai. Which grotto heaven do you think is suitable? Wu Shuai asked. At the next moment, various opinions emerged and a large number of targets were mentioned. The one which was mentioned the most was Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Old Immortal Hua Yu was a human with powerful strength as well as high prestige that allowed him to influence many of the surrounding Grotto Heaven forces. If Wu Shuai could get rid of him and incorporate Profound Literature Grotto Heaven into the Two Heavens Alliance, there would be countless benefits. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2008, All Destroyed. 2008 All Destroyed. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Xiao Bai, here will do. In the small path between mountains, Teacher Jiang stopped and spoke to Li Xiaobai. Li Xiaobai showed sadness and reluctance. I was able to survive in the capital city all thanks to teacher's guidance and help. I will engrave this kindness in my heart and never forget it. But after this separation, I wonder when I can see teacher again. You. Teacher Jiang sighed and patted Li Xiaobai's shoulder, encouraging him. Although you lost in this world poetry competition, your poems have already spread far and wide. Everyone knows your talent is worthy of the title of a great scholar. Moreover, Su Qihan has already returned. The capital city is the arena for you to display your talents. Go back, teacher will look forward to your performance. Li Xiaobai bid farewell to teacher Jiang with eyes full of tears. Li Xiaobai rode a horse through the mountain path that was covered with trees while pondering about his future. He lost in the world poetry competition, although his earlier performances were exceptional. Like he had expected, he ran into teacher Jiang in the later stage. This made Li Xiaobai fall into an awkward situation. If he won against his teacher, his morals and character would be criticized and there would definitely be a tide of hateful remarks. Li Xiaobai had wanted to use his next chance to continue passing through the stages. But he kept on running into his teacher again and again. Teacher Jiang was also helpless. In fact, he also did not want to succeed by stepping on his own student. But he had to grab onto every chance because he had also probed the biggest meaning behind the world poetry competition. Li Xiaobai ran into teacher Jiang time and again. His hands were tied and he eventually lost the competition. Although he felt pity about this, Li Xiaobai felt thankful as well. My previous performances were too exceptional and even excessive. If I were to succeed like this, there would definitely be a detailed investigation done on me. Even if I pass the investigation, because I don't have a good background and am not a renowned person, I am very likely to be schemed against. Many people are coveting this opportunity to become an immortal. How could they let it fall into a minor character's hand? The world poetry competition selections looked extremely fair, but in fact, where there were people, there would be conflicts of interests and many deals going on behind the scenes. Just look at the list of candidates that passed the world poetry competition selection. They were either influential officials or renowned people. Even the so-called dark horses have extraordinary roots and background. It doesn't matter that I am not selected in this world poetry competition, there will be a second selection in the future. Even if there is no second world poetry competition, don't tell me I cannot become an immortal by relying on myself. What smell is this? It is so fragrant. Just as Li Xiaobai was thinking, a delicate fragrance broke his train of thoughts. This fragrance was really pleasing and smelled like the inky fragrance of a book. Li Xiaobai was immediately curious, how could there be such a fragrance in this mountain's forest? He rode the horse and followed the fragrance to its source. After riding for a while, dense bush blocked the path ahead. Li Xiaobai had no choice but to get off the horse and continue on his feet. The fragrance became increasingly strong as Li Xiaobai moved deep into the forest. He knew he was going in the right direction and was getting closer to the source of the fragrance. Finally, he brushed aside some leaves and found a pine tree. This pine tree was covered with pine cones and these pine cones were releasing the dense book fragrance. And on the branch of the tree, there was an exquisite and unique brown tree house. Is someone living here? A mountain hermit? Li Xiaobai carefully approached and called out, I am student Li Xiaobai, I accidentally passed through here and took the liberty to pay a visit. Please don't blame me, sage in the mountain. But there was no sound from the treehouse. Li Xiaobai called out several times but there was still no reply. Seeing that there seemed to be no one in the treehouse, he walked towards the pine tree. When he reached the pine tree, Li Xiaobai made another discovery. The treehouse was not constructed on the tree, but was integrated into the tree, like it had directly grown from the tree. Li Xiaobai wanted to enter the treehouse to probe, but after circling around the tree, he found that the treehouse was completely integrated, with only windows but no doors. What do I do? Li Xiaobai thought and subconsciously placed his hand on the tree trunk. Suddenly, the bark let out crisp sounds as it transformed. In an instant, a spiral staircase appeared around the tree trunk that moved towards the treehouse. And a door appeared on the treehouse as well. Li Xiaobai only hesitated for a bit before stepping on the stairs and walking to the treehouse. There were 3 rows of bookcases in the treehouse that were standing against the 3 walls. In the compartments of the bookcases were many goo worms. Book fragrance spreads, talented scholars smell. Book house inheritance shall be left to the fated. At this time, information was transmitted to Li Xiaobai's mind. Li Xiaobai inspected it and felt joyous. So this is an information path inheritance. Although it is only a Gu master inheritance with no immortal Gu, there are various rank 4 and many rank 5 Gu worms. There is also detailed cultivation instruction, forming a complete system which suits me. Speaking of which, my luck has been improving recently. Looks like my main body has already stabilized the situation. This inheritance was a peak-level Gu master inheritance. Not only did it have many Gu worms, the pine tree itself was an exceptional mortal Gu house, book house. Li Xiaobai stored book house and returned back the way he came. He smoothly found his horse and hurried back to the capital city. At the peak of the mountain, 2 figures were standing. One immortal and one mortal. The immortal was Hua Song, the mortal was rank 5 Gu master teacher Jiang. Teacher Jiang had witnessed the whole process of Li Xiao by obtaining the inheritance and was extremely grateful. Teacher, many thanks for helping my student. It turned out that teacher Jiang's teacher was Hua Song. Hua Song smiled. He is your student, according to the relationship, he is my grand disciple. He belongs to our faction, how can I ignore him? When the World Poetry Competition started, I already noticed him. He clearly had the strength to pass the stages, but because he ran into you, he chose to limit himself. I had been hoping for you too, teacher and disciple, to succeed in passing the competition, but his luck seems to be quite bad. He ran into you again and again during the crucial rounds and was finally eliminated. I am at fault. Teacher Jiang lowered his head. Ha ha ha. Hua Song patted teacher Jiang's shoulder. You are really outstanding for being able to teach such a superb student. If this Li Xiaobai had disregarded his teacher for fame and defeated you in front of everyone, I would have punished this kid severely. But he prioritizes this teacher and student relationship, his character is excellent. Although he failed this time, there is no harm in it. It is this child's fortune to be noticed by teacher. Just that, teacher, why didn't you? Teacher Jiang hesitated. Hua Song sighed. Although I am the host of the World Poetry Competition, if I were to act in favor of my personal gain, I would be criticized by other Gu immortals and lose my reputation in front of old Lord Huayu. Moreover, Li Xiaobai is still too young, he lacks tempering. If he suddenly became an immortal, it might lead to misfortune because of this good fortune. He should still continue to accumulate experience in the mortal world. A jade stone is useless if it is not polished. Teacher is right, I was thinking too simplistically. Teacher Jiang wholeheartedly admired his teacher and said excitedly, I understand teacher's effort. Teacher, you don't want me to bear the feeling of guilt, so you gave Li Xiaobai such a great inheritance, right? It is good that you know that. Hua Song smiled, you are my student, you were selected this time and will be nurtured to become an immortal. You must concentrate wholeheartedly and not split your attention because of other matters. Concentrate on cultivation, don't ruin my reputation. Yes, teacher, I will definitely use all my strength. Teacher Jiang cupped his hands and bowed solemnly. Although profound literature Grotto Heaven maintained neutrality and was not willing to participate in any fights, they understood chaotic times were coming, so they did not hold back in cultivating Gu immortals. Teacher Jiang and others were handled and given plenty of resources, with many Gu immortals guiding them personally. Teacher Jiang studied and practiced hard every day, using his time to the fullest. Despite him using all his strength to study, his performance was still at low to mid-level. This showed the talents of this batch's Gu masters. Even the teaching Gu immortals were secretly pleased. This batch was indeed full of the elites of profound literature Grotto Heaven, and everyone was an excellent Gu immortal seed. Over half a month passed, teacher Jiang and the rest welcomed the most crucial moment of their lives, immortal ascension. With several teachers protecting us, the success rate of immortal ascension is high. Once I become an immortal, my future will undergo a complete transformation and elevation. Teacher Jiang was looking forward to it and studied with even more effort. However, just as the first among them was about to undergo tribulation, there was an explosion and the whole of profound literature Grotto Heaven shook fiercely. Following the explosion, an evil dragon with the length of mountain ranges descended, filling the sky of profound literature Grotto Heaven. Large numbers of enemy Gu immortals appeared in all areas of profound literature Grotto Heaven and attacked at the same time. The flames of war burned everywhere. The place where Teacher Zhang's group was in was given considerable attention. Die. Wu Shuai controlled Dragon Palace and slammed down. It is Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace, we can't block it. Retreat. The Gu immortals who were guarding this place were pale with fright as they retreated. Rumble. Earth quaked and mountains shook, dust and stones flew everywhere. This learning palace that was arranged meticulously was completely destroyed. Teacher Jiang and the rest could not even dodge and were squashed into pulp, dying miserably. The Gu immortals who taught them felt their hearts bleeding at this scene. Their weeks of guidance were just about to show results. The greatest future potential of profound literature Grotto Heaven was destroyed all at once by this attack. Completely destroyed. Wu Shuai, my profound literature Grotto Heaven has remained neutral and never created any difficulties for you. But you actually attacked my land and slaughtered innocents, you are too overbearing and sinful. Old Immortal Hua Yu was alarmed and shouted in fury. Wu Shuai laughed heartily inside Dragon Palace. Suddenly, his laughter stopped. Old Immortal Hua Yu, you don't know when to advance or retreat, you don't know what's good for you. I sent messages for you to join time and time again, but you actually made excuses to ignore them, you simply show no regard for me. Today, I will make you and the entire world realize what the outcome of defying my will is. Attack. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2009, Following Willingly. 2009 Following Willingly. Attack. Wu Shuai's shout triggered boundless wind and clouds, resounding throughout the Grotto Heaven. Many Gu immortals in profound literature Grotto Heaven had a change in their expressions, feeling panicked and worried when they sensed Wu Shuai's ferocious might. Profound literature Grotto Heaven had lived in peace for too long and had never experienced such an ordeal. Even the current Grotto Heaven owner, Old Immortal Hua Yu, was extremely surprised. Because profound literature Grotto Heaven was an information path Grotto Heaven and was most specialized in gathering all kinds of information and clues. They would definitely detect any invasion in advance. However, Old Immortal Hua Yu and the rest were completely unaware of this invasion, and Wu Shuai's surprise invasion could even be considered a masterpiece. He was able to teleport his Gu immortals to various areas of the Grotto Heaven, launching violent attacks at the various important areas in profound literature Grotto Heaven's Gu immortals. This ambush could be said to be extremely successful. Profound literature Grotto Heaven suffered disastrous losses. Not only did the meticulously selected future potentials like Teacher Jiang perish, even most of the Gu immortals of profound literature Grotto Heaven were killed. Persevere, this is our home, we cannot lose it. I have already requested for reinforcements, we cannot let these despicable thugs succeed. Old Immortal Hua Yu shouted, slightly stabilizing the morale of the soldiers. He then opened his mouth and moved his tongue, spitting out text characters. These characters were like a storm as they shrouded Dragon Palace with dense frost energy. Immortal Killer Move, Cold Words. The moment Dragon Palace was struck by this move, layers of frost solidified on its surface which greatly slowed its speed. The frost continued to condense and spread, and in a blink of an eye, was already as tall as an adult's calf. If this went on, the whole of Dragon Palace would be sealed in ice. Wu Shuai snorted as he activated his defensive killer move. The frost on Dragon Palace's surface began to melt gradually, and Dragon Palace's power continued to rise, letting out rays of orange light. The orange light shot towards Old Immortal Hua Yu, who immediately changed the words he recited and used a movement method. Immortal Killer Move, Quick Words. At the next moment, his speed surged and he perfectly dodged the orange light. Immortal Killer Move, Vicious Words. Old Immortal Hua Yu spat out tides of characters from his mouth. These purplish-black words were like poison arrows that shot and detonated on Dragon Palace. Rumble. The series of explosions forced Dragon Palace to retreat constantly. At the same time, large amounts of toxic smoke infiltrated Dragon Palace. Wu Shuai was seated on the main seat. He did not panic upon seeing this and immediately activated defensive methods to resolve this danger. Old Immortal Hua Yu's reputation was not undeserving. he truly had some skills, to be able to confront Dragon Palace without losing his ground. Naturally, this was because Dragon Palace was an enslavement path immortal Gu house and was most proficient in the enslavement aspect. Moreover, Wu Shuai did not reveal the 4 dragon generals although he had already gathered them. What he used normally was the evil dragon, which had already become a trump card of Dragon Palace. The evil dragon was rampaging. The 2 heavens alliances Gu immortals were killing and looting. Wu Shuai was not in a hurry at all, because the situation was extremely favorable to him. Old immortal Hua Yu became increasingly anxious as the battle continued. He knew he was already tangled up with Dragon Palace and would have to rely on external force to save profound literature Grotto Heaven from the danger. But could the reinforcements arrive in time? Old immortal Hua Yu was awaiting the reinforcements, but he knew there was not much hope. Although he had a high reputation, and profound literature Grotto Heaven's relationship with the surrounding Grotto Heaven forces was also quite close, but asking these people to reinforce him in fighting against such strong enemies. Old immortal Hua Yu placed himself in their position and thought, if a surrounding Grotto Heaven was attacked and asked him for reinforcements, and the enemy was the 2 heavens alliance, he would also hesitate. The 2 heavens alliances Gu immortals continued to wreak havoc. Flames of battle rose everywhere as living beings were exterminated. Old immortal Hua Yu, use your trump cards if you have any left. If you don't use them now, you won't be able to save your Grotto Heaven. Ha ha ha. Wu Shuai laughed wildly. Old immortal Hua Yu was silent, his expression grim. The after effects of their fight harmed everything around them, causing holes to appear in the Grotto Heaven aperture walls, linking the inside to the outside world. Suddenly, Wu Shuai's laughter stopped as he shouted in fury, "Old geezer Qi Si." The moment he finished speaking, boundless Qi currents surged in from outside and gathered into a giant hand. The hand was as large as a mountain as it slammed into Dragon Palace and sent it flying far away. Following which, a tall and sturdy figure appeared in the Grotto Heaven sky, looking down at Dragon Palace. Qi Si Ancestor. Old immortal Hua Yu looked up and said with surprise and joy. Qi Si Ancestor's appearance surprised him, but thinking about it carefully, he felt it was natural. Qi Si Ancestor was the biggest enemy of Wu Shuai. He would not sit by and watch Wu Shuai leading the 2 heavens forces to do whatever he pleased. Roar! Dragon Palace moved back while the evil dragon took its place. Qi Si Ancestor, however, held his hands behind his back with no intention to attack. Wu Shuai, stop now, I can let all of you retreat. If we truly fight, your 2 heavens alliance will cease to exist. You. Wu Shuai's furious voice came from Dragon Palace, Qi Si Ancestor. The evil dragon stopped. Wu Shuai seemed to be thinking. Old immortal Hua Yu let out a sigh of relief, looking towards Qi Si Ancestor with an extremely grateful look. Qi Si Ancestor did this to preserve profound literature Grotto Heaven and not let it turn into ruins. This was not easy. The 2 heavens alliances Gu immortals were scattered everywhere. Qi Si Ancestor could take the chance to attack them and deal heavy damage to the 2 heavens alliance. But Qi Si Ancestor did not do this. Instead, he considered profound literature Grotto Heaven. Moreover, prior to this, old immortal Hua Yu had never come into contact with Qi Si Ancestor. Qi Si Ancestor took such protective action for an outsider like me. He is truly worthy of being a famed expert and the leader of Eastern Sea's righteous path. Old immortal Hua Yu was extremely moved. However, at the next moment, the evil dragon attacked and Dragon Palace followed closely behind. Qi Si Ancestor, it has been too long since the battle that day. Face my move again. Wu Shuai shouted. Despicable. Old immortal Hua Yu cursed when he saw Wu Shuai sneak attacking. But Qi Si Ancestor was smiling as if he was already prepared. Come. Boom. At the next moment, the evil dragon and Dragon Palace crashed into a firm and solid Qi wall. The Qi wall broke down, but the evil dragon and Dragon Palace's momentum was also completely exhausted. Old geezer Qi Si, I am relieved that you are so energetic. We shall battle later. Wu Shuai saw he was unable to gain any progress and started to retreat slowly. Dragon Palace and Evil Dragon left the battlefield and moved out of the Grotto Heaven. The two Heavens Alliance's Gu immortals did not dare to stay any longer and started retreating. They were afraid of Dragon Palace leaving them behind in this dangerous place. Wu Shuai's group arrived fast and left just as quickly, leaving behind flames of war and ruin. Old Immortal Hua Yu did not rush to provide disaster relief and stabilize the situation. Instead, he flew towards Qi Si Ancestor and bowed deeply. "Ancestor, you helped us in repelling the enemies. Everyone in Profound Literature Grotto Heaven is grateful for your kindness." Qi Si Ancestor smiled brightly as he held Old Immortal Hua Yu's hands and pulled him up. "We are both humans. It is natural for us to band together and help each other against the variant humans." Old Immortal Hua Yu said with hatred, "Wu Shuai is trying to overturn humanity's rule. He is a lunatic and a despicable fellow. He is an enemy of everyone in Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. We won't rest until he dies." Qi Si Ancestor nodded. "In the current era, chaotic times are coming. Who can stay out of it? It is good that you realize this." Old Immortal Hua Yu cupped his fists and bowed again. "Looking at the immortals in this world, only ancestors' might and prestige has spread everywhere. Your moral conduct is worthy of being respected. From today onwards, Profound Literature Grotto Heaven will be at your command. We will listen to your arrangements." Qi Si Ancestor smiled. "Brother Hua Yu, let's join hands in fighting the variant humans. We will protect our homelands and fight for a beautiful future. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 2010, Influencing the Five Regions. Chapter 2010, Influencing the Five Regions. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. A tea ceremony was in session. Old Immortal Hua Yu sat on the lower seat while he let Fang Yuan have the main seat. Fang Yuan used Qi Si Ancestor's identity to talk with the Gu Immortals, obtaining first-hand information regarding the part of White Heaven above Eastern Sea. There were not just Profound Literature Grotto Heaven's Gu Immortals who participated in the tea ceremony. After Qi Si Ancestor repelled the enemies, Gu Immortals continued to arrive to reinforce them. These Gu Immortals were from the surrounding forces and were late in reinforcing Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, but Old Immortal Hua Yu asked them to stay and join this tea ceremony regardless. Qi Si Ancestor said frankly, he had already allied with Heavenly Court and wanted to recruit the human forces in the two heavens, to fight against Wu Shuai's variant human alliance and defend the righteous path of humanity. Old Immortal Hua Yu was naturally the first to support it. The other forces also responded quite passionately. Many of the Gu Immortals even expressed their willingness to join Qi Si Ancestor's faction to fight Wu Shuai's violent and lawless alliance. Some Gu Immortals hesitated while many others had to report to their superiors to come to a decision. The tea ceremony ended. Fang Yuan was quite satisfied with the result. The first step was important if he wanted to interfere in the two heavens Grotto Heavens. With Wu Shuai's active cooperation, almost all the two heavens Gu Immortals recognized Wu Shuai's might and felt insecure. Everyone realized they could not evade this calamity because even a powerful force like Profound Literature Grotto Heaven was almost exterminated. If not for Qi Si Ancestor lending a hand, Profound Literature Grotto Heaven would have ceased to exist. Chaotic times were coming and no one could stay out of it. Only by stepping on the waves of chaos could they survive and grow stronger. Qi Si Ancestor needed only slight effort to persuade 5 Grotto Heaven forces. Of course, it would take some more effort to integrate them. And important details like profit distribution and other rules had yet to be finalized. Even so, Qi Si Ancestor's action had already caused a huge change in the two heavens forces, even affecting the overall situation of the conflict between humanity and the variant human races. Fang Yuan naturally would not conceal this news. The moment the tea ceremony ended, he spread this news in Treasure Yellow Heaven. In an instant, the Gu immortal world of the 5 regions was shaken. Some sighed at the changing state of the world and the impending chaos, some praised Qi Si Ancestor's righteous move and felt he could shoulder the responsibility to lead humanity, some were guessing Wu Shuai's next move, and some were thinking of Eastern Sea's political situation. Qi Si Ancestor was publicly recognized as the most powerful expert in Eastern Sea. Now that he was so close with Heavenly Court, how would Eastern Sea's righteous path forces face this relationship? The 5 regional walls were gone, the independent 5 regions merged into one. Changes in any one side could change the whole situation of the 5 regions. Every move of an expert with an identity and status like Qi Si Ancestor could deeply influence the whole world. Eastern Sea, Shen Clan. Are there still no clues on Ancestor Xianxia's whereabouts? Shen Songxing sighed, I don't blame you, Qi tides are appearing everywhere, Divine Emperor City is a very tightly protected area. A Shen Clan Gu immortal asked, First Supreme Elder, Qi Si Ancestor has already allied with Heavenly Court now, they even handed over the latter half of Primordial Origin's true inheritance. What should we do? Shen Songxing replied, I have already discussed this with Song Qi Yuan, Hua Kai Yun, and other First Supreme Elders. Qi Si Ancestor is our Eastern Seas expert, he cannot be recruited by Heavenly Court. Every clan will take out a portion of cultivation resources from their treasuries and gather them into a big gift to build a good relationship with Ancestor. Shen Clan's Gu immortal nodded, not objecting to it. Qi Si Ancestor was the most valuable existence to rope in, besides his battle strength, it was also because he cultivated Qi Path. Currently, Eastern Sea's super forces were thinking of developing Qi Path and they would have doubled the results if they could get Qi Si Ancestor's help in this aspect. Fong Yuan put on a great show before, everyone in Gu Immortal World thought Qi Si Ancestor liked to give guidance and support the younger generation. This made Eastern Sea's super forces feel there was a high possibility in this matter. Western Desert, Fong Clan's headquarters. Fong Gong's expression was dark, we are willing to pay such a huge price but Heavenly Court still doesn't want to release Fong Dichang. One of the gathered Fong Clan Gu Immortals said, First Supreme Elder, in my opinion, Heavenly Court is not sincere at all, they are just stalling for time and fooling us. Humph. Fong Gong slammed his right fist on the table. He was furious but helpless. In the Fate War, Fong Clan's losses were the largest. Not only did they lose Divine Bean Palace, even their strategist Fong Dichang was captured by the enemy and there was no news of him until now. Fong Clan naturally thought Fong Dichang was captured by Heavenly Court. Thereupon, they secretly contacted Heavenly Court and wanted to pay a huge price to redeem Fong Dichang. But Heavenly Court had all along been stalling their request. Fong Dichang was extremely important to Fong Clan, without him, Fong Clan would be without a strategist. After Fong Clan refined Divine Bean Palace, they had the possibility of raising their status and becoming the leader of Western Desert's righteous path. But Divine Bean Palace and Fong Dichang were gone, destroying Fong Clan's dream of becoming the leader. Fong Gong was in a very bad mood, especially after hearing of Qi Si Ancestor's actions. Qi Si Ancestor has already begun to lead Eastern Sea, but me? Fong Clan. We are just stagnating at the same spot. Sigh. Fong Gong felt helpless. The only thing that gave him some joy was that Fong Dichang had already prepared for the future and had passed on Fong Clan's wisdom path inheritance to Fong Yun. Since Heavenly Court is not willing to release Fong Dichang, we can only prioritize on cultivating Fong Yun. Fong Gong made the decision. They could not wait any longer. Time waits for no one. Cultivating a Gu Immortal, especially a competent wisdom path Gu Immortal, required a long time. Central Continent, Heavenly Court. Qin Dingling looked at the intel and smiled, muttering to herself, Fong Clan is actually willing to pay such a huge price to buy back Fong Dichang. If they knew Fong Dichang was already replaced and is now Fong Yuan's clone, what would they feel? Heavenly Court already knew of Fong Dichang's identity. The current Divine Emperor City was guarded by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's will. He had already informed Qin Dingling of this. Although Fong Dichang was sealed in Divine Bean Palace's painting, he had a portion of the authority and was resisting stubbornly, even Genesis Lotus will could do nothing about it. But it will be over soon. Qin Dingling smiled, that earlier batch of Gu Immortal seeds we sent in are developing extremely well, they already possess strength to defeat Fong Dichang. As long as we capture him, we can use the close connection between him and Fong Yuan to search for the location of Fong Yuan's main body. Spectral Soul was secretly searching for Fong Yuan's main body, Heavenly Court was doing the same as well. Qin Dingling knew Fong Yuan was in a poor state currently and it was the best time to kill Fong Yuan. If they could kill Fang Yuan, not only would it restore Heavenly Court's reputation, there would even be enormous spoils of war. Be it the various inheritances on Fang Yuan, his Gu worms, his sovereign immortal aperture, secluded domains of heaven and earth, and so on, they were all things Heavenly Court wanted. Qin Dingling was taking control of Heavenly Court in place of Fairy Ziwei. Although she was only a Luck Path Gu immortal, she tried her best and was busy every day. Her hard work was showing results. Internally, Heavenly Court was leading the 10 great ancient sects, actively cultivating talents and recovering their strength. Externally, Heavenly Court was allying with Eastern Sea. They roped in Qi Si ancestor first, but the price was half of Primordial Origin's true inheritance. They would soon capture Fang Dichang, and their hopes of capturing Fang Yuan's main body were even higher than Spectral Soul. Everything will get better. My Heavenly Court is and will continue to be the supreme leader of humanity. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.